Very good morning, ladies, gents and teddy bears. From the rooftop here at the View Hotel, it is day 3. It is day 3 of Airbourne at Eastbourne. We're on the rooftop, ladies, gents and teddy bears, for day 3. It is a Saturday, another hot, scorching day here at Eastbourne. Bringing you Airbourne day 3 from the View Hotel, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope we're all good. Hope you've enjoyed the last 2 days. What up, everyone? Hope we're all good. I hope you've all enjoyed our 2 days here. And a big thank you to all of you who have tuned in and supported the channel. So many thanks to those who have been tuning in and supporting the channel and just keeping us going, keeping us flowing on this fabulous day. It really is been an amazing experience. It is our 3rd time here, our 2nd time up high and dry, literally up on the rooftops of the View Hotel. So I hope you're all good. So I hope everyone's feeling well and good and looking forward to the show. It's a little bit windy today. I'm actually hanging on here. Goodness me, it's a bit blustery up here. Hope that doesn't hope it's all good. Hope we're all good and well, ladies, gents and teddy bears. So a great pleasure to be here in East Sussex. And it's been a fabulous 2 days already. It's really been, I mean, I've enjoyed it as well myself as well. I've got some great shots of the day and just really enjoying myself as well. And that's one of the main things to do at air shows, is just sit back, relax, don't worry about the plan. Get excited, of course, but do remember to enjoy it and to make sure you have a fabulous time with us as well, wherever you're watching from in the world. So let's get things started and rolling. Don't forget to give us a thumbs up. Do hit that like button and give us a thumbs up. A wonderful view of the pier there. It's a little bit windy today, but just make sure the bad Teds don't go flying around and So we've seen the RAF Grob Tutor display team. We've seen the RAF Typhoon. We've seen the MiG-17F. We've seen the B-17 Sally B. A little bit of the Wasp. That was good timing. The Black Cat solo display. The Firebirds. The AeroSuperBatics SuperBatics team. The solo Wingwalker. The Stampede formation. We've seen 2 types of Spitfires, both Mark 9s. One was the Spirit of Kent Spitfire, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, with 2 of their Spitfires and 1 C-47 Dakota. Rich Goodwin's jet pits. So we've got all that plus extras today. We've got hopefully the Conair X Tracker, the X Grumman. Hopefully we get to see that today. The Turbo Firecat. Also got to see the P-51 Mustang Marinelle. But addition to that, we've got the Starlings today. And we've got the Red Devils, which is the British Army parachute display team. So looking forward to seeing them as well. We'll give you a rundown in just a moment of things to come for the day. I'll just let yourself get settled, hit the like button. Let's get this stream out there to those that love it. So our first item today are the one and only Starlings, the Starlings aerobatic team. They're a UK based, they are a duo, a 2-aircraft display team. They were founded in 2021 by former British aerobatic champions Tom Cassells and Michael Pickin. And they'll be bringing us some high-octane, close-formation aerobatics. Tom Cassells is the team leader and display authorization examiner as well, multiple-time British Unlimited National Aerobatics champion. They've also got Michael Pickin, a co-pilot, an accomplished competitive aerobatic pilot. They use, you may see both of the extra NGs, but they also have a cap 232, so we may see that as well, but we'll see what we're going to get. Maybe the 2 extra NGs, their turn rate are quite spectacular. They are the thing. So looking forward to seeing that. Yesterday we had a very different formation from the Battle of Britain Memorial flight. The flight consisted of the C-47 Dakota, and it was AB910, a Mark 5 B wing. So they'll be next. So it'll be the Starlings to start the show, followed by the Battle of Britain Memorial flight. I don't have any details of their formation because on the first day they had 2 Spitfires. They brought with them the clipped wing TE311 and AB910. The Battle of Britain Memorial flight, they're stationed at RAF Coningsby, and it's been their home since 1976. They started life at Biggin Hill on the 11th of July 1957. They were the RAF's historic aircraft flight. They had a bit of a name change through the times. That's what they were initially called. They consisted of the PR Mark 19 Spitfires and the RAF's last airworthy Hurricane LF363. But it was renamed to the Battle of Britain Memorial flight a little bit later on, but prior to that they actually renamed it as the Battle of Britain flight before a final renaming to what we know of the Battle of Britain today. It is believed in 1973, when they added PA474 to their inventory, that Memorial was added to the flight. Between 59 and 65 the flight had 1 Spitfire PM631 and 1 Hurricane LF363. They are a museum without walls. They got 2 Hurricanes, 1 Lancaster, a C-47 Dakota, 5 Spitfires, 2 Hurricanes, and also 2 de Havilland Chipmunk training aircraft. They don't use it for displays, but they use it for more of their training. Their motto is, lest we forget, it is to reflect the missions and those to be honoured, the thousands of men and women in the air and ground that gave their lives for the country, for the noble pursuit of freedom today, the finest generation that we owe so much. So they're second on the list. And next up is Flight Lieutenant Rich Tamala. Now Rich Tamala, is it's his first season, the Tutor display team of the Royal Air Force get 2 seasons. They get lower. I spoke to Rich, and their practice displays get lower on their 2nd season. So Flight Lieutenant Rich Tamala, based at RAF Cranwell, and the Grob Tutor display team are now based at Cranwell. They used to be based at RAF Wittering, and he's this year's 2026 RAF Tutor display pilot, flying the Grob Tutor. Many have experienced flights as a cadet, getting their first ever sort of taste of flying in the Grob Tutor. The Grob Tutor, off the top of my head, at Leeming, Cranwell, Wittering, of course, with 115 Squadron. But Rich Tamala, born in Pontypool, South Wales, joined the RAF back in 1996. And having completed his elementary flying training on the University of Wales Air Squadron with the Bulldog, following multi-engine training on the Jetstream, he completed several frontline tours, and his aircraft was indeed the C-130 Hercules. He graduated and became a QFI, a qualified flying instructor, serving with various university air squadrons flying the Tutor, such as Northumbria, Yorkshire and Bristol. He was promoted to squadron leader in 2008, and he went on to complete the command the Universities of London Air Squadron. So after a few staff ground tours in 2014, Rich took advantage of a short notice opportunity and returned once more to the C-130. His role there, he served as a Deputy Officer commanding number 30 Squadron of the Royal Air Force. He then was promoted to Wing Commander in 2015 and took command of 45 Squadron, initially flying the King Air before overseeing the introduction of the Phenom into the RAF service. So the King Air was the predecessor to today's Embraer Phenom at Cranwell, which I'll talk to you about in just a moment. And Rich joined as a full-time reserve service flight lieutenant and served as a QFI on 57 Squadron. So he joined the East Midland University Air Squadron in 2025, and he currently serves as a QFI today. And he's not only has he got over 30 years experience in his RAF career, but also 5,000 hours, and obviously still counting. So a big shout out to the RAF Grob Tutor display team, the manager, Flight Lieutenant Ross Edmonds, and also not forgetting Bob Dews, previous year's Tutor display pilot, another legend. There are, for those interested in a Royal Air Force flying career, there are 4 streams to do so. They will all start you on a little taster on the Tutor, then you'll go to Cranwell on your prefect. However, you have 4 choices. You've got fast jet, rotary, multi-engine and RPAS. So fast jet would be our F-35B or the Typhoon. Multi-engine, the C-17, the A400, and you've also got our Voyager for air-to-air refuel. You've also got rotary, so we have our Chinook. So that'll take you not only from Cranwell first to fly the Tutor, you need to learn how to fly, and then you'll be going to Shawbury, where you'll be flying the Junos there, and then eventually you'll be going to Benson with the OCU there. I think it's 28 off the top of my head, and then finally Odium. So the RPAS systems, the remote piloted air systems at Waddington. The Protector with 13. You've also got 56 as well, the operational conversion unit for the I-Star Force as well. Hello. Yeah. Also got the bed teds up here. So that'll be third, and next will be our P-51 Mustang, and it's a bit of a legendary Mustang. Hopefully it's the right one. Yesterday I gave you all the wonderful details about the wrong Spitfire. I do apologise for that. It just said Spitfire on the list, so I had to kind of guess. So the P-51 Mustang we're hoping to see is Marinelle, which was named after a girlfriend. back in the days, because it is a veteran. It's flown by female display pilot Isabel Rutland. She'll be flying the P-51D Mustang called Marinelle. She is aware of it. She is based at Duxford. The owner is Northwind, and it was built in 1944. The airframe is very famous. It was registered as 4413521, manufactured at North American Aviation in 44, shipped to England on the 6th of June. And we all know what that date is. It's in fact D-Day. And the aircraft was assigned to the 504 Fighter Squadron of the 339 Fighter Group, based at Falmere in Cambridgeshire. Interestingly, not far from where it operates today, at Duxford. And it was assigned to a captain under the name of Bradley Stevens, Captain Bradley Stevens, who decided to name his aircraft Marinelle after a girl he met whilst completing his combat training. Isn't that just sweet? So you'll get a lot of that, loads of lovely stories. It always reminds me of the P-47 Thunderbolt, Our Mary, that was shared by Ed Cottrell and his comrade. But it is airworthy today. It went on a lovely service. It does have 4 aerial victories to its name, but was shot down over France on the 13th of August 1944. So that's our 4th entry item of the air show. And finally, the Red Devils will end the first wave, because there is a break today. We do actually have a little break. The Red Devils, the parachute display team of the British Army. So looking forward to seeing them. They're the Army's world-class parachute display team. Tandem skydives is what they love doing as well, if you want to have a go. Oh, love it. And they do boast to have the biggest Union flag actually, you know, we always say Union Jack when it's over the sea. Well, they kind of may need to be called a Union Jack, I guess, but there we go. The Red Devils consist of Captain Carl Tees, Sergeant Stephen Handley, who has accumulated over 4,000 jumps. I don't know what that's called, but also we've got Corporal Ollie Goss with over 3,100, Corporal Henry Mole with over 3,000 jumps, Corporal Richard Kingston, Corporal Cameron Clark, Lieutenant Corporal Ollie Hobbs, Corporal Ryan Molt, Lieutenant Corporal Kai Fisher, Lieutenant Corporal Jordan Brown. Actually, I should be saying Lieutenant because it is UK, apologies, but we have American viewers as well. Lieutenant Corporal Finn McLaughlin. We also got PTE Joshua Owen Ogilvie. And then after that, it will be a break, an interval for about 45 minutes this time. So we've got a bit of a break. So I hope you're enjoying the views. And then our second wave of the air show, the very famous B-17, only a few flying now in the world, but the only one flying in Europe. It is indeed a Boeing B-17G under the name of Sally B, another aircraft named after a female, which I'll give you the details. She does carry the markings of not only Memphis Belle, but also the 100th bomb group, the bloody 100th as well. You'll notice the square D there. But She was built at the Lockheed Vega plant at Burbank, California, and entered service with the United States Army Air Force, entered as a serial number 44-85784, and that was registered on June 19th, 1945, but was too late to see any of the hostilities of the battles. But she was flown to Nashville for modifications for training and converted to what was called a TB-17G, based at Wright Field, now Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Ohio. But continuing in the care of the 2750th Air Base Group. She was selected for research vehicle, and in 1949 allocated as an EB-17G status. She was used in a variety of research roles, and then taken on one of the most bizarre additions to her was the addition of a man-carrying pod on the starboard wingtip, and also fitted at the same time was an infrared tracking device in the Perspex nose. So not exactly World War II items, but nevertheless she was still in service, but not on the battlefield. So the trials continued for some years in a variety of guises, and it took off, by the way. So it was not until 1954 that, not named yet, Sally B was returned to standard configuration. Less armaments at Hill Air Force Base in Utah. Her next stop was France, and she was then part of the Institut Géographique National, the IGN. They purchased several B-17s after the war for survey and mapping work, and added others as necessary. And she arrived in 1954 in November, was given French registration as Foxtrot BGSR. She was based at Creil, and these aircraft carried out work for the French government and others, and she carried on faithfully with the Institute and the French government. But as the 70s progressed, it was becoming a bit too expensive and prohibitive to actually run a B-17. And also, one of the most fundamental things and challenges for any historical aircraft companies that give us the opportunity to witness beautiful historic aircraft is that the fact that parts are becoming fewer and fewer, and spares become a bit of a problem. So the IGN replaced the B-17s with other aircraft, and this included a purpose-built Harel Dubois HD-34. Luckily for the B-17, Sally B, but not yet named Sally B, a pilot and a businessman by the name of Ted White bought and brought over FBGSR to Britain via Biggin Hill to the Imperial War Museum, Duxford, as N17TE in March 1975 to begin a new life, and was named after Ted's longtime companion Ellie Sallingbow. So he took the name and compressed it to make Sally B, and made her debut at Biggin Hill Airfair in 1975, flying as a United States Army Air Force World War II memorial flight. So it was then. And you've got to remember, that's 51 years ago. Ted White's crew and Ellie Sallingbow and her wonderful volunteers and dedicated pilots and team, trustees, Sally B members, donations, keep this aircraft flying. It is, I've seen them at work, I've seen the volunteers there just working hard, just doing their thing. When you go into Duxford, if you're a Sally B member, you can see all this happening out of season. You can see what they're doing. It is just the most remarkable thing I've ever seen, to be honest. We don't often get to see that, of course, unless you're a volunteer, but for me it was probably one of the most sobering, shall I say those words, because at the end of the day you see them flying, but what you don't see is what happens in closed shutters, and that, my friends, was the hard work put in. So Sally B continued to fly, and the Sally B had various liveries. She even had the 457th Bomb Group, which was based at Glatton, so the Triangle U at Glatton, and that's near Peterborough, so behind me really, down the road from me. And Sally B continued, and she's a memorial to the 79,000 US airmen who died fighting in the skies over Europe between 1942 and 1945. In 1979, a distinguished audience assembled at Duxford to see Colonel John Vanden Wevel DSC unveil a plaque fitted in Sally B's radio room, and that was dedicated to the fallen airmen, thus putting on an official seal of approval upon the aircraft's role as a flying memorial. And also, if you're a member, you are able to gain access and entry inside Sally B for a little bit of a tour. In 1980, Ted White and Ellie Sallingbow formed the Sally B Supporters Club, which I'm proud to say I am a member, along with Claire. Everything was going well, and in 1991 Sally B was introduced to a wider audience for her first TV role as B-17 Ginger Rogers in London Weekend. She's a bit of a star. She was in We'll Meet Again at West Malling. Ted saw the ideal venue for the Dream all-vintage air show. By 1982, plans were underway for the Great Warbirds Air Display at West Malling. However, this is when tragedy struck. Ted was killed when his T6 Harvard G Ellie crashed during an air rally in Malta. Devastated, of course, by the disaster, the group had to hold on and keep it together, and in memory and dedication to honour Ted, the third engine number 3 on the starboard inner wing, is dedicated to Ted White, hence the checkered yellow and black checkers on that engine, because that is what Ted's T6 had. So he continues, and his spirit continues to fly through Sally B. And Ted's main aim in life was to keep Sally B flying, so the team continued. After Sally B, after she opens the second wave, we then have the Conair Turbo Firecat, which is a converted aircraft. She was a surplus to the military, and she was a Grumman S2 tracker, an anti-submarine airframe, but now she now has been converted into a firefighting turboprop aircraft, so that's quite nice. The upgrade also included replacing the original piston engines with more powerful Pratt & Whitney turboprops, and fitted with an internal 3,395 litre tank, retardant tank. And it's, of course, beautiful. Next up, we then have something a little bit different, something that was initially seen at air shows, wing walking, the AeroSuperBatics Wingwalkers. It doesn't specify solo on the sheet here, so whether they're bringing both, we'll see. After the Wingwalkers, well, it's a lot of people's favourite. It is a biplane, but like no other. Air shows wouldn't be complete without Rich Goodwin and his superb jet pits. But it's it's got a bit of a difference. It has a 1.1 to 1 thrust to weight ratio. You see, it is kind of like a modified S2. Sorry, a Pitts S2S. And it was literally, the story goes, it was designed to enhance performance and make a biplane hover. The wonderful idea was to add 2 ATM Lynx jet turbines to deliver 700 pounds of thrust in combination with the 8.5 litre Lycoming, and a total thrust of 1,700 pounds. The aircraft weighs 1,550 pounds, so it's got a 1:1 thrust to weight ratio, which is what they needed to make it manoeuvre like that. After that, we head down to the Royal Navy at RNAS Yeovilton. It is indeed the Black Cats. So carrying on the legacy from the Lynx pair. The team started in 2001 as the Lynx pair, and have been the first official Royal Navy flying display team since the Sharks disbanded in mid-1990s. The aircrew and engineers are volunteers from 825 Naval Air Squadron at RNAS Yeovilton. They work with the Lynx Wildcat Maritime Force. And the name Black Cats derived from the fierce cat depicted on the now disbanded 702 Naval Air Squadron emblem. And the actual term black catting, for those that know, actually means, it's a naval slang for one-upmanship, doing or owning something better than someone else. We don't have the Wasp as far as I know. And next up, dare I say it, would be, it will be a Spitfire. And if I got this right, it will be the Spirit of Kent Spitfire, which we saw yesterday. It is a Mark 9, the classic of the classics. Serial number TA805, registered as GPMNF. And it flies, like all historical aircraft, as a living memorial to number 131 County of Kent Fighter Squadron, which is based at Biggin Hill Heritage Hangar in Kent. She was actually originally an original. She was built in 1944 at Castle Bromwich, delivered to the Royal Air Force in late 1945, served with the South African Air Force from 1960s until 1976. Returned to the UK in the 1980s for full rebuild on the Isle of Wight, painted in the 234 Squadron colours livery, which is FX, Foxtrot X-Ray, to honour the wartime pilots. Then we go to a very different era with the MiG-17F, which is quite spectacular, really. It's got the Polish Air Force livery, the Nagoyan 7. I've got it, but I'll take it if you want. I don't mind. Saves me looking at that, but I've got it on here. Right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, though. Right. Thank you. Operated, so it was a NATO reporting Fresco. It's a transonic fighter. It does have a very thin carrot. By that I mean a little afterburner on there. It's quite cool. Someone called it a wiggly carrot, but it's powered by the Klimov VK1F afterburning centrifugal flow turbojet engine. It's got 6,000 pound dry, but 7,600 pounds with afterburner. And it weighs 8,640. So as it's empty, being heavier, you know, it doesn't have a 1:1 thrust to weight ratio. That's how, and then that will lead me on to thrust to weight very shortly. It can pull 8G, but it was a classic. Took its first flight on the 14th of Jan 1950, and it was developed from the MiG-15. And then ending the show is RAF Coningsby's Flight Lieutenant Tom Nation, call sign Dragon 01. And you know, I talked to you about the thrust to weight ratio there. This is a 1.2 to 1 thrust to weight ratio, and I'm going to tell you what all this means and what the Typhoon does and the role that it plays. Now, you may notice FGR4. We do have a T3. If you see T3, that's our two-seater trainer. They don't use that in combat. The FGR4 is a single-seater, and we do use that in combat. But let's cut to the crunch. What does all this thrust to weight mean? Well, thrust. We have two EJ200 engines. They produce 20,200 pounds of thrust with afterburner, or as we say in the Royal Air Force, reheats, okay? Each, that's 40,400 pounds. If you want to put that into perspective, that's like about 150,000 horsepower, so maybe about 1,000 Ferraris that are, what, 1,500 horsepower each, that kind of thing. So it's quite impressive, very powerful. However, let's say 40,400 pounds of thrust, but the aircraft only weighs 24,000 pounds. That's right, 85% of the airframe. Not only is it made in 4 different countries, but it's actually made of carbon and other composites. So you've got the acrylic, okay, on the canopy, and the rest of it is a carbon composite. Maybe a posh way of saying plastic, probably similar to this. The only titanium would be where we have a lot of G's, so the 4 planes here, which I talked about, and the leading edge slats, they're going to be made with titanium. All right, so what does thrust to weight actually do? Well, thrust to weight, if you've got anything over what you weigh, like literally if your thrust weighs over what you weigh, it means that you can go along la 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 and just pull up, but wait, not only pull up, but actually increase, actually accelerate vertically. You can then rapid fire it. You see, aircraft that don't have a 1:1 thrust to weight ratio on their configuration, such as an F-18, when you see it do a high alpha, you know, that slow pass, they can't just pull up and then climb really aggressively. They need to get speed to do that, which is why the performance takeoff on a Typhoon, the unrestricted climb, is done differently than an F-35A, an F-15E Strike Eagle than we see at Lakenheath. One, the F-15E is very heavy, even though it has 60,000 pounds of thrust. Put it this way, take your car, all right, let's have a look at your car. Or just before I say that, okay, imagine a 1 litre engine in a car, imagine a 1 litre in a motorbike, which is going to be quicker. Not max speed, there is a big difference with max speed, but the acceleration, the motorbike is clearly going to win. Imagine sticking a 1 litre engine on a skateboard, that's clearly going to win because it's lighter. So if you take the weight of your car, have a look at your manual of your car, it may tell you the weight, right? Even though it's 1 litre. You can make it quicker by not actually modifying your engine. All you need to do is the following. Leave your seat, take out the back seats, take out the passenger seat, take out the door panels, take out the dashboard, obviously leave your gauges, take out the spare wheel, empty the boot completely. If you weigh that, you're going to be shocked, and if you drive it now, you're going to find it's very rapid. The max speed may not be different, that depends what you need to do, some modifications on gearboxes. If you mess around with the gearbox, you may slow down your acceleration, but you increase max speed, but that's another story. That's probably for another YouTube channel in my other life where I talk about actually real building car engines, but that's another life for the Nikos channel there now. Right, so it means for the Typhoon as well, in combat it can do some amazing maneuvers, but not only because of the thrust to weight, but also the fly-by-wire, the Leonardo's FCC system, a quadruplex, which means it has 4 channels, four main lines of computers, which actually manage a total of around 70 computers dotted about that do different things. So 4 lines, basically they're split in the 70 computers. So you can have a whole lane down, like 25% of your computer's gone down. The Typhoon will go into like a safety mood. It'll get you back home, however. Can it start again? Hell no, it won't. Computer says no, you need to fix that. So there we go. So the Typhoon is our frontline combat ready aircraft. It is deployable, which is why all the airframes are deployable, which is why we don't have any fancy liveries. Okay, so if you're asking, why haven't we got a livery? Why haven't we got that? Thing is, they need an airframe, it's got to get deployed, go. you've got to remember the broad scale of the Royal Air Force is all over. There are operations that go on that you don't hear about. They're ongoing. Okay, it's the way it is. They're deployable. If Lossiemouth need an airframe and they need an op shader mission, you're not going to go around with this, are you? I mean, you could. Anyway, but that's going on a different, we're going to the other side of the spectrum. But anyway, for those that don't know, welcome to the Typhoon. It is our aircraft for QRA. Yes, we have an F-35B, but our quick reaction alert stations, number 1 north, Lossiemouth, up in Scotland. They will scramble aircraft with the eyes of the skies from Bulmer. They'll be looking out using NATs and the CRCs. They'll be looking at, with Swanwick, Bulmer and High Wycombe, they monitor the skies, and then there'll be quick reaction alert crew. So not only the pilots are on quick reaction alert, but also the ground crew. And what does that mean though? Well, 24/7, 365, even right now, even on Christmas Day, there'll be a team, a crew, a pilot ready to scramble Typhoons that are just push of a button, done. Okay, we're talking about civilian aircraft, and we're talking about military aircraft, and we're also talking about boats. Things that don't need to be there, they will get scrambled from Lossiemouth and RAF Coningsby. It depends on the nature of things, okay? We also have a third QRA station, and that's all the way in the British Islands of the Falklands, with 1435 flight at RAF Mount Pleasant. Right, so that's all that. So what we got here? So inside here, that's our battlefield right in here, in the nose. You got a radar in there. Yes, the Typhoon started out, actually, for those who don't know, it started out as a fighter, like an interceptor, which they dedicated it as an F2. These were the original Tranche 1s. So this little beauty, before it got upgraded, was a Tranche 1, which is why the Tranche 1s got retired. They were initially F2s. All right, but then they realized, hang on, we can upgrade it through different blocks. There was new weapons, so it became an FGR4 after that. Okay, there was a T1, that was the two-seater version, but now we've got a T3, an upgraded version. Okay, so just like our antenna in here, our battlefield antenna, things get upgraded. We started off with a manual, a Captor M, but now we've got ACER, Leonardo's amazing Captor E. There's also a Mark II with different types of radar. They are getting upgraded, couldn't tell you which one's which, okay, but to give you an idea of the Typhoon's capabilities, you've got, it started off life with a, let's say, the ECR-90, a Marconi system, but of course, like I said, all this is changing. But to give you an idea, the Typhoon can lock onto targets 160 kilometers away. There goes our Top Gun movie. All right, that's not going to make it interesting, is it? But hey, it can. It can also lock onto bomber aircraft and larger aircraft 300 kilometers away. It can lock onto about 20 to 30 different targets simultaneously, but prioritize also on 6 should the pilot need that. Okay, so these are getting upgraded. As of now, as of yesterday, I couldn't actually tell you externally unless you open the nose, and then I can probably tell you. But that's what it's called, an active electronically scanned array. This is what we call awesome, man. Talking about 110 degrees of battle space and situational awareness. All right, as we work our way, we're going to go from nose to tail. As we work our way down, if you're fortunate enough, you'll be able to, if you're up close to a Typhoon, you'll be able to see 4 like little metal triangles. They're called the ADPs, the aircraft data pitos. All right, and there's 4 because the Typhoon has 4 main computers and it needs to send data to each one. All right, so that's that bit there. Typhoon does not have elevators. All right, but to compensate that, we have what's called 4-planes. So you move the 4-plane up, and by the way, these are simultaneous. You move the 4-plane up, it pushes the nose up, the angle of attack, right? If the 4-planes push down, well, you're going to bunt the aircraft. You might experience negative G, a bit like going over a quick bump. You can experience negative G. That's not really how you dive down quick, okay? You may have seen a social media video of an F-35, I think it was. It went inverted and dived down. Pilots do that to avoid negative G. Negative G is not nice. It's basically gravity, instead of going all the way down to your feet, so your blood going to your feet, it's going all the way to your head. You're going to see a lot of red, and yeah, you can get G-lock, etc., or loss of consciousness and all that kind of stuff. All right, so nasty stuff when you do that. So pilots want to avoid that. But that's how, if you dip down, you can bunt the aircraft there. Okay, you can also use it as a speed bleed and a speed brake as well. Typhoon does have an air brake here, just like that. Lifts up, bit of drag, slows it down. Drag. kind of aerodynamic braking in some ways, right? Okay, right, if we turn the Typhoon the other way, now I don't have my grey model today, I've got this one. I don't know if you can see it very well. This here that sticks out like a little, I don't know if you can see that very well, let's try and brighten that up. This here, that's the Pirate IRST, Thales's amazing IRST. It is absolutely amazing. Basically it stands for Infrared Search and Track. What that does, in the cover of darkness, using infrared filters, thermal imagery, 4 different filters, not the filters for your selfies, I'm afraid, for Instagram. By the way, I just noticed it's got Flight Lieutenant James Sainty on it. The camera there, infrared, and does imaging, and you can even land the Typhoon in complete darkness. You can land it in absolutely no lights, no aid whatsoever. You can see, you can almost do visual flight rules, but using the Thales system. But that's another story. What does it do? So it's infrared and it's search and tracks. It is not FLIR, all right? It's not forward-looking infrared, but it does do FLIR. So it does FLIR, but it's actually called an IRST, infrared, and it's searching and tracking for ground targets, etc. It can lock onto other things. Not all Typhoons have them, okay? So Austrian Air Force and the German Air Force do not have one. They didn't want to buy it. So when they walked into their Eurofighter showroom, they said, "No, we don't want that upgrade. We'll just have some alloys or something." But yeah, anyway, just kidding. So there you go. So that's that. And just quickly, before I tell you that the Typhoon is made in 4 different countries for the airframe. All right, the external airframe made in 4 different countries. Left wing Italy, right wing Spain, centre fuselage made in Germany, the front section made in Britain, and the rear a mixture of Italy and Britain. However, the leading edge slats, they're made in Spain, and different, some of the hard points and pylons and things like that, they're made in different countries and materials as well. Tune into our Coningsby streams and I'll tell you all about it. The Typhoon actually has a very low radar cross section because it does actually feature RAM, radar absorbing material. Okay, so it's not a 5th gen, it's not a 4th gen, it's a 4.5 generation jet. It also features the S-duct intake system. So when we turn the Typhoon this way, when the air goes in, IR sensors, enemy radar with their infrared tracking, want to find the heat and spinny thingies. Yep, aka the fan. Spinny thingies mean enemy, heat from the engines mean, oh, that's an enemy, let's get it. However, the Typhoon hides that heat signature because it's shaped like a letter S. So when you look into the intakes, it hides that heat signature. And there's also radar absorbing material because, as you know from our Lake and Eve streams and Marham streams, the best way to get a low radar cross section from your inlets to have them on the side, or even better on top, which is why the B2 has the inlets on the top, but it doesn't do fighter maneuvers. But if you did that on here, defeat the object. But anyway, you've also got this splitter here, this little scoop here, this splitter, that's the boundary layer diverter. All right, so you don't want boundary layer getting in when an aircraft is flying through the air, as it does, okay. What happens, you're going to get air that sticks, okay. So when this is moving, you get draggy air that sticks. You can't have supersonic air going in there, it will damage your fan, okay. So the diverter also does this, and also you've got cowlings that control the air as well. But the draggy air that goes in, if we didn't have this splitter, that draggy air is going to make its way. So imagine a fan, and you've got that draggy air hitting the top, and then that nice air going in at hundreds of miles per hour. You're going to get cyclical bending, and it'll damage your engine, and yeah, the engine won't be very happy. And yet the EJ200 engines are amazing because they can go 1,200 hours without any until maintenance, basically. So that's pretty amazing stuff. So if you want to see it as a demo, which I've done it before and actually got all my paperwork wet, I got you could do it on a glass. If you get yourself a glass and just ran a little bit, obviously we've got a bit of a drought going on, so maybe not do it. But do it in the sea. If you pour water on a flask or a glass, now you'd probably think the water would just run off the edges. It doesn't. It makes its way right down to the bottom, so our draggy air sticks, and that's what the water does. It sticks and drips from the middle. That is a simulation of boundary layer, and you don't want that. It's a different type of air. All right. So we've done our air brake. This little inlet here, that's our RAM heat exchanger. Okay, this is going to cool down your Typhoon when you've used lots of reheats. Okay, so during the Typhoon display, this will be working overtime. All right. As we make our way over here, this is your decoy pod on this pylon. This will open up a decoy pylon made by Leonardo. It's a bright cloud system. This will try to break the lock of enemy aircraft. It will shrink enemy radar range, but in worst case scenario, if the pilot does get locked onto and it's unsuccessful, it will just destroy that instead of the Typhoon. What it will do, it'll make the Typhoon appear somewhere else. Okay. Underneath, we do have 13 hard points. Also defense systems as well all over the Typhoon. I need my grey Typhoon to show you more. Here you got the chaff dispenser. So if you've got guided missiles and enemy radar everywhere, you can dispense what's called, well, back in World War II it was called window, but these are bits of metal, chaff, and it fools enemy radar. If you're unfortunate to have IR, infrared heat-seeking ordnance, then what you want to do is to disperse flares, okay? And if you've run out of all of that, that big yellow thing in the sky, you're going to have to aim for that. May sound primitive, but they will use that on last resort. 13 hard points underneath. Let's dedicate the 13th one to the center drop tank, which the Typhoon displays usually have a drop tank. The Typhoon does not display with fuel in that drop tank. Okay, it's only used for transiting, so they'll have enough fuel just to burn that off to get to the displays, and then they'll have plenty to do the display. Okay, because drop tanks are called drop tanks because in the event of emergencies or in combat, you'd actually drop them. Okay, you literally would do that so you can make it more maneuverable. Thanks to Hollywood, they seem to make the F-18 absolutely maneuverable, and it's got full ordnance, full drop tanks. It's the wrong thing to do. If you get shot in your drop tank and you got fuel in it, it's, well, yeah, we'll leave it at that, shall we? So you can have another 2 drop tanks, one either side of the wing, so that leaves you with 10 hard points. You can have 2 on the inner fuselage and then 3 on the wing, and then of course another 2 here and 3 on the wing. Okay, you've also got a electronic countermeasure system here. Okay, and I don't have it on this model, but there is a little nib that sticks out, a little antenna here. That's your MAWS. A lot of fighter jets these days will have MAWS. It stands for Missile Approach Warning, so that's another lifesaver. Typhoon does have an arrestor hook, and I think that'll be it for now for the Typhoon, and that's how we'll end it. Right, not long now for our first item. 5 minutes. Okay. Here we go. In fact, they've started now. That was good timing. And it's the Titans. Looks like the extra NG. That was good timing. I'm impressed. I wasn't. They're about 5 minutes early, so maybe they'll just do a quick little fly past. See you in a bit. Sorry about that. I wasn't actually. Just I had like 5 minutes on my schedule, but that's fine. They haven't started just yet. And here they go. Welcome to Airbourne Day 3. Here we go, the Starlings.
stall turn, smoke on, go. Go for the brake. Oh yeah! Oh, oh. impressive start is more. Just because flying straight is boring.
All right, lads.
Yes. Not too bad.
Oh, look at this. Smoke on go. Beautiful display, a great start to the show with the Starlings. And next up we have the Battle of Britain Memorial flight.
Dakota.
Oh yes. That just looks so good. The Dakota just literally just dipped down on the it's on its own. From the angle. Let's have a look.
Where is it? I can see it.
Should be coming into view in a second. Well, definitely the DAC is here.
Come on.
That looks so good. You can hear it. You can hear that rumble. It's turned round. It's just turned round, before I forget. No, thank you, that's kind of cool. That seat at the V2 is
Battle of Britain Memorial Flight next. They're just around the Beachy Head.
Come on, Duck.
Amazing. Remind me of being in the lakes on the Mac Loop and you see this thing down it.
I swear I'm not addicted. I can stop any time.
Radar absorbing material, but like. Here we go, and it looks like it has just the one with it. Looks like AB910, a Mark 5 B-wing. Not the best light today, unfortunately, but hey, it's dry. Not as warm, but a little bit muggy, but here we go. Sorry about that. Let me see if I can... Well, and a seagull has just got into formation. Joking aside, it's got out of the way. On Valentine's Day, that very Spitfire had an additional passenger, an unexpected passenger on the tail. Rough weather procedure is a procedure where ground crew will hang on to the tail in rough weather due to the narrow landing gear and the weight push the nose down. So they'll have, in rough weather, they'll have ground crew just holding onto the back. But the pilot took off with Margaret Horton still attached, clinging on for dear life, nearly blacking out. The pilot realised that the elevators weren't working very well. ATC didn't tell the pilot to not startle them, but he managed to land safely with Margaret nearly blacking out and landed safely. A beret came off and she jumped off while it was coming into land to get her beret. She went off to have tea and a fag, as she said. And they said, why did you go and get your beret back? And she said that, well, it would have cost me 2 weeks' wages. Because, of course, back in them days, the king would issue the beret. And if you'd lose your beret, it would be a 2-week forfeit of your wages. And that's why, in honour of Margaret Horton, we allow Ted's beret to be detachable. And every time it comes off, it's in honour of Margaret Horton. And that happened at RAF Typhoon. Also, AB910 also has an aerial victory serving one of the Eagle squadrons. still find it astonishing. At a length of 63 feet and 9 inches, the C-47 is in fact the same length as an F-15. But of course, the F-15 doesn't have the same wingspan. The gull's giving that seaside feel today and the vibes. Very hazy out here today. go if you can bring one up, that'd be great.
Well, that was spectacular, wasn't it?
Okay, so next up is Flight Lieutenant Rich Tamala bringing RAF Cranwell to the scene here on this lovely seaside. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, live here at Airbourne Day 3 at Eastbourne International Airshow. And next up is the RAF Grob Tutor display, flown by an ex-C-130 pilot. The team have now moved from Wittering to RAF Cranwell. Should be coming into view now.
Here he comes in, running in for his display, Rich Tamala. He's also a skiing instructor as well. Over 5,000 hours and over 30 years with the Royal Air Force. Here he comes. Tune into the Ted Coningsby channel to review his displays. So thanks Rich and team. Apart from the incident that I had at Cosford with the Wasp during his display, I'm not sure how that went. pristine display. Fantastic. A lovely round of applause there, by the way, from the ground. Amazing. And that. So welcome to the View Hotel, looked after by Kelvin and Strawberry. Oh, hey. I thought I could eat, sorry.
That's all right.
Nattering in the background.
Love it. Beautiful. Good times. Good times. Right, next up we've got so next up is our Marinelle P-51 Mustang. Let's show how all the manoeuvres and stuff. just really aggressively dive. Because it's
There's that shooter button that takes a while.
yeah, it's called bunting.
Red angle.
Yeah,
Red
that's
angle.
it. Yeah, it's all good. Love it. Yeah, it's good. Right, P-51 coming up, flown by Isabel Rutland. That's a good point. Last time. No, today. Oh, she's in on the hold. Just open there somewhere.
No, you've got air traffic.
Yes, I've aligned it like that, so she's just behind us in a minute, so we'll see what way she's going to go. Question, she is flying out off. Is that big in here? Yeah, big in here. I think it lives at Duxton.
Oh, okay.
Because I was just saying that it was an original from RAF Falmouth, which is near Duxton, so it's kind of back near it where it's originally. I named it after a girl that he met called Marinelle, so named the plane Marinelle, because it's an original 1944. 504 Fighter Squadron, based at Falmouth. Oh, that's sorry, I'm doing my job here. Yeah, no worries, take care.
Got to that, mate.
No worries. So proof that I don't read it, I just come out with it. Literally right there. Looks like she's coming from the right. Where is she? Here she comes. P-51 Mustang.
Back again.
Yeah.
Have you got your little dog with you? Did you bring your dog last time?
display from Isabel. Okay.
I thought there'd be a little bit of a respite. Oh, no, respite is weather. I thought we'd have a little bit. Yeah, no, I thought we'd have a little bit. Because I'm focused, it's a lot cooler there today. Actually, it's going to be strong to get back home from the trains because we came on a train. Yeah, we did. So we got here, we know we've been here since, we've been here for a while since Wednesday, so we go back on Monday.
Yes.
So I think we've got a bit of writing and then we'll go on Monday on the ground.
Right there,
And try and get the train back to normal.
Yes. No advice for you.
No, yeah, at the minute it's getting past from here to get the bus. At the minute I think it will be. Yes, I hope so. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, definitely, yeah. So there's been a few let off, isn't there? You know, we're still good ones.
My wife was saying last night.
Yeah.
So the Red Devils are next.
It was last night, whether that was that night before that when I was sitting in the car. I didn't realise let's get out of there because if they're not supervised and they just come straight into the where we were sitting on the veranda, isn't it?
That's right, it's the
Yeah, it's stupid. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yes. Yes, yeah. Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're live here for Airbourne. This is day 3 and just finishing off the first section of the day will be the British Army Red Devils parachute display team. Just behind us, it's going to drop them off.
Getting used to
Yes.
So how are we doing? Scathy, Simon Watchell, Neil McCabe, Sharon Chapman, Remco De Vrij, welcome to the show. Justin Davis, Nick Kemp, Sloth, Ellie J Pro, Cheapy65. Thanks a lot, everyone, for the support. It's absolutely brilliant. Julie Ann, welcome.
Yeah,
Laser Tech, Jan Clark. Lots of you tuned in. Bless you.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh no, you do. You don't want to first. Yeah, that's good. Yes, yeah. Yes, yeah. Oh yeah, that there?
Oh, good.
I can hear it.
Yeah.
See, somewhere around.
I think that other one was. Yeah, that one was a
I think it's still behind us. Oh, there it is. If you look up there, straight ahead, up there.
Go around. Yeah.
Just wait for it to get in better light. It's. Oh, I see it actually. Sorry. Let's move that light is sharp. For a minute.
Oh, what a shot! Trying to see what else we got. Oh yeah. Well, there we go, ladies, Shinty Teddy Bears. That's our first half complete. So we've got about a 45-minute break. How you doing? All right.
All right,
Yeah.
I'm Susie Cooper.
How you doing, Sue? You all right?
Yeah, good.
Good to see you. You all right? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But this is perfect, isn't it?
Great view, isn't it? It's the view.
Well, I mean, we're only a couple, you know, on the floor below, but we didn't come out the first day, on the first day. It's just watch your stream.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's all good. See you later. Hello. Yeah, they are. favourite hotel. He's even put that up there to me.
Oh dear. Thank you. Great to meet you all. Thank you. And this is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby. Here he is. He's absolutely enjoying it. Lots of you got to see Ted on the beach as he does. Dylan Cobb, how you doing? Guards March to Dylan Cobb. 3 times the charm. Guns up. Thank you very much for your super chat. We've got Ann Cox as well for a brew, Nikos and Ted Clare. Thank you for being there filming this. Guards March, thank you so much for the super chat. Also Babzar, high five. Thank you again for your support there by gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Thank you so much. Belly Bobcat, hello Nikos, Ted Clare, Bear Mods and oi oi, and oi oi to you. Thanks a lot Belly Bobcat for the super chat. Mikey Steam, thank you very much for the super. Thanks so much for sharing your enthusiasm, Nikos. You're most welcome. Julianne, thank you very much for your 37 months of membership. We all appreciate everything you do for everyone. Thank you so much. And also UK Skywatcher, Guards March, thank you so much for the super chat there. Nice stream they've put as well. Thank you so much. I hope you're all enjoying it. We've got a break now. We're not going anywhere. We're going to keep it rolling. But we'll take cover, give a chance to just get in the shade a little bit, have a little bite to eat, a little bit of salmon. You know how it is. You know what bears do. You know. It's all good. It's been fantastic. For those that love military aviation, really, this is the channel for you. It's done differently, of course, as we've got Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby. It's something that I've kept going. This is my 4th year full-time doing this. Just me and Ted, and sometimes when I get in situations, Claire Bell will take over the stream. Yeah, and she does have her own bit of a fan club actually. She does have her own, so it's but yeah, generally it's just me and Ted out there. But I've always said this, wherever I go, always take your Teds with you. But no, seriously, in all honesty, it's like having you with us all the time. It really is. And when Ted flies, you fly with him. That's the thing. That's the key. That's the ethos that I've had for the whole channel. It's been an amazing ride. And if you love military aviation, we do this about 3 to 5 days a week. So for the likes of Coningsby, Marham, Lakenheath, Mildenhall, we do spread out to Bryce Norton, Fairford, Valley, and we're up to Lossiemouth. We do Waddington as well, Cranwell, do them all. Holbeach Air Weapons Range. We'll go to the Lake District. We'll go to the Mac Loop, which is still pending this year for us. So watch this space. But Lossiemouth, that's next. That's like our main thing we're doing next month. It is our trip to the Lossiemouth and the Lake District. So we'll be doing that. So we'll cover our usual 2 days at Lossiemouth, and then we're off to and then we're off. Oh my word. So I think Golf Ted is Bed Ted Golf Style is what's going on here? He's getting involved.
Very involved.
How's he doing? So Bed Ted Golf. So this is Golf Bed Ted, who's feeling the vibes here at Eastbourne.
Would you like a headband?
Look at him. I'm gonna Ted to you. There we go. Thanks a lot. I love his ears on that. And it is a happy place, it is a happy channel, it is what we do, and bringing smiles over many miles. Oh yeah, you did, Mark. All right, man. Bringing smiles across many miles, that's what we do all the time. And don't miss out. Do subscribe. It is free to subscribe, of course. Do hit the like button. Let's get 1,000 likes today. Let's try and get another 1,000. It's always good fun. And it's always good fun with the Ted Coningsby channel, of course. That is, it really is always good fun. Okay.
Alan Q, thank you very much. Hope you're all good. Hope you're all well and doing good. Great day, Mikey Steam, Oi Oi, Anthony Lounders, Margot, how you doing, Margot? Christopher Neal. Hope we're all good and well.
Just do the security guard one. You know Strawberry and his friend? Strawberry's friend started without a drink.
Oh, he's gone up.
Okay, good.
Yeah, good. The fireworks has been confirmed. They have been cancelled for tomorrow. And yeah, that's not surprising after the alert that we had. I think everyone got that alert, didn't they? Did you get that alert from the UK government? It was apparently it was the first genuine alert that we've ever had from that. But it's, to be honest, it is no surprise. But, there we go. It's the way it is. It's a shame, but you know, we've got to stay safe out there. So next up is indeed Sally B. She'll be opening the second stage of day 3 of Airbourne. She's a wonderful historical aircraft, making its 51st season of displays. So we are here tomorrow as well, just finishing off this wonderful week of broadcasting. Started off at Lakenheath. I'm trying to think, it feels like a long time ago this week already. So if you're out on the beach, do stay safe out there. Make sure as well, if you're not on the beach as well and still out doing your photography or just enjoying the views, enjoying the air show, do stay hydrated out there. We've got plenty of water up here. So make sure you keep yourselves hydrated out there, especially if you are paddling, going for a little swim or kayaking or whatever it is that you're doing in the sea. Don't forget, apparently this is true, that it does actually, you do actually absorb the sun's rays a lot quicker in water. I guess that makes sense. So be careful out there. Make sure you stay hydrated as well. Keep in the shade if you can. There's not much shade up here, is there? We do have some brollies up here where we just have a few 5 minutes of cool down. But a wonderful shout out to the crew, the safety teams, the TSA as well, by the way, keeping things sweet and neat, making sure that there's no swimmers or any boats crossing the safety line. And there is actually almost like a perimeter for the air show for safety. The boats, if you have a look, they're perfectly lined up. They can't go any further for the safety. And same with the aircraft as well. If you have a look at all the, literally, look at that. Amazing, isn't it? So, just love air show vibes. It's really, really good fun. Hope you've all enjoyed it as well. Our adventures here. It's certainly been brilliant. Can't thank Tina enough for giving us the opportunity for our second time here, but this is our third time doing Airbourne. First time was a couple of years ago.
tell you what, the eateries here, the scofferees, you definitely can't go hungry in Eastbourne. There's a lot of nice places. You're still playing it. No, it's just I'll tell you what, this aircraft really wants to be on the Ted Coningsby channel. I think that's what it is. Well, let's give the pilot a chance to be on the Ted Coningsby channel. Here we go. Aircraft that are registered in the UK do begin with the letter G. The ICAO codes that are about the international, the ICAO code, the International Civilian Aviation Organisation. I had to think then. Sorry, I think the heat's got to me. The Aviation Organisation. So when you tune into our regular shows, we do give you the ICAO code, the 4-digit code for each airport or aerodrome that we go to, which is of course military. The letter E, for example, covers a section of Europe, and then the letter G, the second letter, so EG, is for Britain. EG is Britain. So I'm wondering why it could be a connection that all aircraft begin with a G for registration of Britain. That would kind of make sense, I guess. But yeah, and then the next two digits will be specific to the airfield. So EG UL, Echo Golf Uniform Lima, that's Lakenheath. Echo Golf X-Ray Charlie, that's Ted HQ, RAF Coningsby. So all our airports in the UK are all EG, right, whether military or civilian. And then you'll have the next two digits, which are, well, randomly chosen, I guess. I'm sure there's some sort of randomness to that. But yeah, it could be the fact that G is for Britain, hence the EG bit. But yeah. How did I get involved in all this?
You've been doing it a while now, haven't you?
It's a very good question. I kind of, well, first of all, before this I was doing wedding photography and fashion photography.
Okay.
So when it came to doing fashion, I had a company in America that would give me items skateboarding related, and it was always nice to get like graffiti, backdrops, derelict buildings.
Yeah.
So this is how I discovered Coningsby, because I went to Upward, which is all smashed to pieces with lots of graffiti. Made it look good for skating, skateboarding, because it was that kind of theme.
Yeah.
So there's that. Okay, when you're probably thinking, how's that got to do with this? You'll find out. So 2019 in December, Claire's daughter took part in a little primary school raffle. It was her last year before she went on to the secondary school.
Yeah.
And she won Ted in a raffle.
Okay.
I was doing weddings and fashion, and then one day lockdown happened. 2020 lockdown. So I couldn't really do weddings, and I was a bit stuck. When weddings were about to be okayed again, but with restrictions, okay, so you can only have 30 people there, but you had to have social distancing, all that kind of stuff. But before I did that, I decided, the world knows now, so it's not anonymous anymore, I decided to cover a bridge with teddy bears. And in the bags and bags of teddy bears was Ted, and I liked him, so I kept him in my car as a... So Ted was just a mascot in the car, just put that. Weddings got released, and I was like, oh, brilliant. And I was going to Woodhall Spa, which is right next to Coningsby.
I know it,
Now, when I was looking for a new place to do a photo shoot, I found that there was a bomb dump at Coningsby. It wasn't accessible. I'm not into just, going through fences, trespassing, all that. So I was like, oh, no,
and it didn't appeal. It didn't have the. But I heard all these planes taking off, triangle ones, and I thought they were Mirage because I didn't even know what a Typhoon was.
Yeah.
And this was 2021.
Okay.
Weddings were okay again, and I was going to Woodhall Spa. It was my first wedding after lockdown and weddings were allowed. The lights came on for Typhoons coming into land. I was like, oh, it's one of those triangle things. So all I did was, instead of stopping at the lights, I parked up before it at the lay-by where the lights are.
Yeah.
I literally got my phone and filmed a Typhoon coming into land with this. I put that on Facebook and people thought it was fun and funny and they were liking it. Yeah. And I was like, oh, I might do a little bit more of that. So I did my wedding and I found out about Reedham Lane. And I decided to look a bit more, and there was something called a Typhoon display pilot. So I filmed the entire display of Ted watching it, and all you saw was this little fly lid.
Yeah.
I posted that, and then I had the pilot contacted me to take and asked Ted when he could get his medical.
Oh, right.
So I was thinking, could this be a thing?
So this was 2021.
2021. That's when
Blackjack.
Yes, he went in the first flight Blackjack, and I was thinking. But it wasn't a military channel, it was Ted at a waterfall, Ted at a pub, Ted at a red phone box.
Yeah.
And then I thought, people are really liking this military thing, I wonder if it would work. So I decided to, but it was all done with this, it was all done with my phone.
Wow.
And then I thought, shall I go live? One day shall I do some videos? I was making videos, I was making everyone dizzy with my early videoing, I must confess. And then I thought, right, I'm going to hit the live, and this is my 4th year now, and I've learned a lot in there, and I now know that that's a Typhoon. And I can talk to you all about the Typhoon now. And it's still a triangle thing.
It's really good.
And I'm stuck with it. Which
You
is
do a great
and
job,
I left
mate.
weddings,
It's really
by
good.
the way.
Oh, have you?
I don't do weddings anymore.
Don't do that now.
I finished it.
It's really good, mate.
Thank you.
It's really, really good. I
Thanks
enjoy
very
watching
much.
it. It's really good.
Oh, thank you.
And you're getting around a few air shows now as well, getting out and about. Not just stuck on a truck in Coningsby.
Yeah, that's it. That's it, yeah. So I had a phone call from the director, said, basically invited me to cover Old Buckingham.
Brilliant.
And I was like, oh my gosh.
Brilliant. Success.
I know, I couldn't believe it, and now I'm here and just doing a few bits and pieces.
Really good. Well done,
thank you.
Brilliant.
Thanks very much.
It's really good. I enjoy watching it.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Don't stop.
No, I won't stop. I'll keep going until my arm falls off, but I've got a spare.
I know. I could talk anyway. Oh, right, okay.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, you can see him every night. It's like,
Walking around with a camera.
yeah, you remember when out for dinner we were in the same restaurant as well. I was like, this is so funny. Yeah, I was like, I'll laugh if he's in the same place again. I'm like, come on. Yeah, I can imagine him saying that. So, no worries. I will, I'll keep going. Thank you very much for that. It's very kind of you. He got strafed. Yeah, it was on there. It was like, oh my gosh, that was good. Oh yes, that's good. Oh, below flyers. Right, change the battery.
So, what we got next? So coming up in about 15 minutes or so is B-17 Flying Fortress Sally B. She'll be flying the famous Square D of the 100th Bomb Group, as well as a regular Memphis Bell markings. About the 324th Bomb Squadron of the 91st Bombardment Group was the Memphis Bell markings. And then we've got something a little bit different, a converted Grumman S2 Tracker, which is now a firefighting aircraft, a Conair Turbo Firecat. And then after that, we've got the AeroSuperBatics Wingwalkers. Now, it doesn't say solo on this one. So the other ones that said specifically solo. So will we get the duo? And then after that, well, an air show is not complete without Rich Goodwin's jet hits, followed by the 825 Naval Air Squadron RNAS Yeovilton's Black Cats solo display with the Wildcat. That was good timing. That was good timing. And followed by a Mark 9 Spitfire. That was good timing. Literally talking about the Naval Air Squadron 825 with the Wildcat. Love it. And then after that, we got the Spitfire, the Pride of Kent, followed by a completely different era, a MiG-17F, and then a completely new era, the Typhoon FGR4 from Coningsby. Boom. Boom. So, looking forward to that. Oh, I know. It managed to get, technically, 3.5 seasons. It managed to scrape in that half a season on that 4th year. It's an old frame.
Well, as I well before that.
Yeah, but yeah, you're right. It's dotted about. I don't think it's going to come until about 6 o'clock.
Cool, you'll have to head down to the camera and fly to the sea.
Yeah. Nice line on this side though. Really good line here. Really nice. Oh, cool. She must be airborne now. It's only 10 minutes to go. So not long to go now, just 10 minutes to go before our next item. I can't wait. She just sounds so graceful. 51st year, absolutely. That's 51 years of displays, by the way. She's of course about 81 years old. Wow. 30 years of service and 51 years of air shows, displays, fates, and amazing. Absolutely. When you think of it like that, that's tribute to the ground crew and the volunteers. Hiya. All right, yeah. So, just a quick reminder about tomorrow as well. After the displays are finished, we do have a meet and greet with Ted. Come and meet Ted. I mean, I'll be there as well, but of course you'll want to meet Ted. Ted is doing a meet-up for all his fans and for those interested. The time will be 1800 local in old money. That's 6 p.m. That's tomorrow at 6 p.m. and it will be outside the View Hotel. The roads are closed for safety as well anyway, so shouldn't have anything to worry about there. So outside the View Hotel, 6 p.m. I'm looking forward to it, to seeing you all. If you want any photos, anything signed, bring it along. We'll grab some photos. I do have some limited, just a couple of items with me, some key rings and some patches. But I'm happy to sign anything you got, any photos you want. Come and see us, come and say hello. Give us an oi oi. Tomorrow, 6 p.m. outside the View Hotel. You can't miss us. The bed Teds might be there as well. A rare opportunity with the bed Teds. And then next week, next week, well, as far as I know, Friday will be Lakenheath, and I will do Coningsby, which I'll either do on Wednesday and possibly Marham on Thursday. So we'll have a little look, see what we can get you. It'll be all good fun.
Hello everyone, hope you're doing okay. Nikos will be back in a minute, so I thought I'd have a sneaky pop on. You'll never know I've been on, so don't say anything. Just sort of pop on and say hello, see if you're all okay. Nice and hot here again, a little bit of a breeze. It's very nice, nice view. Very nice view. So if you are here in Eastbourne on Sunday and you're around for about 6 p.m, like Nikos said, you're welcome to come along and meet us and meet Ted, have your photo taken, have anything signed. So yeah, that would be really good fun.
because I'm sure there's quite a few that have been asking if we're here and if we're going to do a meet-up. So if you can share that about to people, that'd be great. And sometimes it's nice to put faces to names. I know a lot of names, but I've obviously not met every single body, but it will be nice to meet you. He's back, he's caught me. I'm caught in the act.
Right, here she comes.
Oh, I'm going then. Right. Well, might be back on a bit later on.
Yeah.
Bye for now.
Oh, I've got to wear my wristband. Watch out for this guy. Oh, here she comes. Lady showing to teddy bears, here she comes, Sally B. Here we go, Airbourne Day 3 Part 2, here we go. Let me just move back into my original position. Shot of that. That is a great shot. Look at this. Here we go.
remembrance of the 79,000 United States Army Air Force airmen that lost their lives in the European theatre in the Second World War. It is estimated a total of 88,000 lost the entire war. 55,000 through combat, and a staggering 30,000 through incidents and accidents and yes! B-17 preservation group. What an absolute legend. Her 51st airshow season. The only one flying in Europe, and not many flying in the world. Next up. Oh, it is. Oh, it is, isn't it? Oh, will it bring any water? Oh, yeah, you said. Yeah.
Wow. So this is a converted Trackman S2 Grumman S2S, and it's now a converted Turbo Firecat Conair. And what it does, it firefights using water and drops water, and I believe we could be getting some water drop shots. Oh my. I can't wait. Get ready for this. This is a new one for me. Drop some water. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, look at this.
PT6 engines from here, but maneuvering aircraft, very quick, isn't it? Very manoeuvrable. I'm actually taken by that. That's a fantastic display, wasn't it? It's like PT6 engines. They are. They look like it. It's like Pratt & Whitney PT6 and the big ball. That was cool. Yeah, they look like, well, they looked like Pratt & Whitney's reverse flow PT6 engines. I know that it's been modified and converted. I don't know whether it still has it. It's just one of the signatures and characteristics of a PT6 engine is those big bore exhausts. It's a very clever engine. There you go. They look like it. I'm just going to say, not bad. They are. They're indeed. Oh, cool. PT6A. It must be the bigger version. I suppose. I mean, it's a good engine. Wow. Yeah, okay. I was going to say, I didn't want to put my neck out. It just looked like the Shadow R1 from Waddington. Yeah. I'm impressed with that.
I don't know what the original version was.
Black. Maybe Pratt & Whitney of some sort? Or?
No, right.
Was it the Cyclone radius?
Yeah.
Right.
Those huge ones.
Gotcha. Well, like the 28 or something, it's big. Well, I don't know. It doesn't probably need to be that big, does it? Like the Douglas. Oh, sorry, the B-17 one, maybe the one up. Wow. Right, what's next then, man? Oh, they're already here. Oh, it is a duo. Hence they didn't put, yeah, so it's two of them this time. So I'm still taken by that. Here we go! AeroSuperBatics Wingwalkers. Here we go, if you feel like doing some yoga and some gymnastics, but you want a little bit more, join these. The Wingwalkers are in fact made up of teachers, yoga class, ballistic instructors, and look at that, in your spare time you do this, you wingwalk. I mean, that is just amazing. The state of my hair on windy days. Can you imagine that on it? So back in the 20s and 30s, wing walking was not really tried out at air shows, but also a form of air-to-air refueling on biplanes by having a man strapped with a rope with a jerry can to try out air-to-air refueling. I've seen photos of this.
welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. And if you haven't done so already, you've been cleared to wing walk on the like button. Give us a thumbs up. You've enjoyed the show so far on 3 days of adventure time. And do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel if you love military aviation, with a spot of air shows as well. You're in the right place. It's Jet Pitts, now he is Rich Goodwin. Here we go. Normally comes from over there, I think. Comes in high and then goes, yeah, knife edge. So Rich Goodwin's Jet Pitts, the 2 Lynx turbojet added to the 8.5 litre Lycoming engine, bringing 1,700 pounds of thrust, with the airframe weighing 1,550. That's a 1.1 to 1 thrust to weight ratio, which it can hover and manoeuvre like it does in such a way. It's also been lately dubbed as the Blue Baron, I've seen. Oh yeah, that's good, isn't it? Yeah, that's cool. We're going to find that. Yeah, very good. So next up is Rich Goodwin
his muscle biplane jet pits. Now Rich is a former RAF pilot. He trained on the Hawk, which back then was the Hawk T1. He also flew with 9 Squadron to fly Tornadoes. He also took part in 21 missions during Operation Desert Storm, the first Gulf War. And, Rich left the RAF in '93 to fly Boeings for a living, and he still does today. So if you are on a little flight to Greece and the captain's Rich Goodwin, not sure how you feel about that. If you, or you might like it. Awesome stuff. But, Rich is also an award-winning aerobatics pilot as well. He's picked up his first trophy for aerobatics more than 30 years ago, flying the Hawk at the Advanced Flying Training. Something that stayed with him to this day. And now he's flying the Pitts S2S with not only its 8.5 litre Lycoming engine, but it's got 2 Lynx turbo jet engines, which pumps it up to 1,700 pounds of thrust, but on an airframe that weighs 1550. So it's got a very good thrust to weight ratio. Sort of conditions to my right. He does start off quite high and then just drops it like a jet pit. We gotta do that sound. It's expected now. Yeah. It's nice to see, to be honest. Okay, here he comes. Running in from the right. It's the one and only Rich Goodwin. Right, time to give my neck a bit of a workout as well now.
It does, doesn't it?
There's the Claire Bear there, look, hello. Oh yeah, it's all good, here we go. You can really hear those jet turbines working as well. They've come with this. I mean, he's running in low for the show. Here we go. Knife edge start. Here we go. some pretty outrageous right now. 6 pilot. In a moment he's going to show off how this biplane can hover. Yep, you heard me. Spoke to Rich and I said, how do you keep track of what's ground and what's the sky? And he said, well, green means ground, blue means the sky. Actually asked Rich to one day do a low approach at Lake Heath with this. I'm not sure how that will go, but you never know. It's not done yet. propeller to keep going on that one. So next up, Royal Navy Black Cats, stationed at RNAS Yeovilton in Somerset, with 825 volunteers. Dead ahead, here we go.
this shot then? Did you enjoy that, mate? Hello. Yeah, you. Did you enjoy that? Yeah? Hello. I just turned around and it was there. Hilarious. I've got it in the amazing. Oh, that tastes good. Oh. When I turned round, it went right past the seat of the gull. It was hilarious. What's next? Spitfire next, isn't it? Good, are you right? Good. Good times. Oh, it's here already.
So next up, we're going from World War II to the next era, a MiG-17F. VK1F. Centrifugal afterburning turbo jet engine with 7,452 pounds of thrust. It does weigh over 8,000 pounds, so it hasn't got a 1:1 thrust to weight ratio, but beautiful swept wings of that era, which, looking at the ME-262, you can see where things were going in that era. Here we go.
great display that was, eh? And now finally, I'm going to end the show with Ted's home. That's right, Ted HQ, RAF Coningsby. It is, yes, our final display for day 3. Already running in from over there. Right. Here we go. To finish. Some FGR4 action. Flown by Flight Lieutenant Tom Nation. "21 years of Typhoon displays. This year it's call sign Dragon 01. Typhoon powered by 2 EJ200 engines, producing 20,200 pounds of thrust each. It's 40,400 pounds of thrust in an aircraft that weighs just 24,000 pounds empty. With Leonardo's quadruplex fly-by-wire system. It's just 85% external exterior airframe of 85% carbon composites and other composites such as acrylic as well, and fiberglass for the sensitive areas. Right. Running in at some speed. It's been cleared. 7004. It's just touching around 500 knots, just below. Sure he's coming in from the right. Hope so. Oh dear. At 420 knots, that works out at 7 miles a minute, just to give you an idea. Well, it's been a wonderful day 3. I hope you've all enjoyed it. Here we go. Is that him? Yeah. That was a very fast bird. Sorry everyone, I think I just... No, it is there. It is here. That was probably some of my best filming I've ever done on that display. I hope you enjoyed that filming. I think I can safely say that's probably some of my best. Steve Chapman, great camera work. I think I have to say that was probably one of my personal best, to be honest, on that one. Thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed that. My right arm has lost all circulation. My left hand has no tendons, but I still have 2 legs. I'll be fine. Ted, what's Ted got to say about that, man? That was wicked. And keeping the seaside theme, you may have noticed a lot of candy floss spluffage on that. Absolutely amazing. Day 3 complete, 2.8k watching right now. Thank you very much for tuning in. And Ted's just gonna have a... Teddy's gone, mate. Teddy's gone. If that's gone over the roof, mate. Oh, go.
It's okay. We can get it, Ted. Don't worry.
Right. Laser. Oh yes, I've got them in the van. Laser Tech 02. A bit for post-air show relaxation fun. Thank you very much for the super chat. High five there. Rave 66, thanks for the show. You're most welcome. Guards march to you. Len Pantling, thank you very much for your super chat as well. Mav Auto Pete, high five and a guards march. Thank you so much for joining the Ted Coningsby squadron. Alan Q as well, you do a great job. Thank you very much. If you're generous and kind enough to do the give us a super chat or a super sticker or gift a membership or take out Ted Coningsby membership, we'll give you a guards march. Thank you so much, everyone. There was a lot of spluffage. And that, my friends, is mission complete day 3. And Ted's got no beret, it's gone over the roof. Oh dear, never mind. And right, it's time to finish up the show. So here we go, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Let me just turn that round. There we go. Oh, goodness me. Right, I think we're good. There we go. Try not to do it the wrong way, otherwise the screen goes black. Thank you very much, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. So Ted's without his beret. He's just lost his beret. It's gone over. We'll have to sort that out. Firstly, thank you to the View Hotel and Tina. Thank you so much for letting this and for giving us for letting us do this and for giving us that opportunity as well. Thank you to the View Hotel, and they got their lovely logo right there, which is it looks really cool, doesn't it? Ted, what are you doing, mate? And again, thanks to all the display teams and pilots and their crew as well, the maintenance that goes with it. A big salute to all of them. And thank you to all our members and viewers as well. Thank you so much. It means a lot. You've made this happen. It's been a phenomenal 3 days so far. But Ted's ready to play golf or some sort of karate or something. I don't know.
Eastbourne,
he's loving Eastbourne. He's getting into the vibes. But thank you all so much. Honestly, all of you who gave us a super chat and a super sticker, a gifted membership, taking out Ted Coningsby membership. If you want to know more about membership, there'll be a video well, not a video, there'll be a little Ted advert in a second where you can enjoy all the info about taking up Ted Coningsby membership. Just support the channel. Give us a thumbs up in the meantime, give us a subscribe, and make sure you hit that notification bell button so you'll be notified of our latest and greatest live streams and videos. So that's it then, day 3 complete. My name's Nikos, I've been your cameraman, and didn't need to do much commentating, only at the beginning of the show. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby without his beret, because it has generally gone over the railings. This is Claire Bear. She there's Claire Bear, who did some commentating.
And I actually am quite proud of myself, because I think I got an undershot photo of Tom's aircraft, and I think it's amazing. So if it is amazing, you can post it on there.
Thank you very much. We've also got Arjen and all the Spanner Flight crew that are looking after the chat room as well. So give them a shaka, give them a guns up as well to say thank you for what they do. So, ladies, gents, teddy bears, it is time to go and get some food and drink. So, Ted, hit the button, mate, and we'll have to go and get the fire and
Thanks,
rescue teams.
everyone.
We'll have to call 999 to go and, you know, get the beret. Right, so for the last time for today, it is see you soon. Wish you well. See ya. Right, hit the button, Teddy. Right, we'll get that in a bit. Thank you very much. Yeah, I've actually brought the cards with me.
Official number now.
Right, just go and hit the button.
Hit the button there. Come on. Come on. Not that button.
Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.